champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about
What
the
up,
game
fellas?
first,
What up?
not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, Going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, Going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, Going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, and Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is done.
What up? What up? What's up? Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back streets. Y'all know what time it is. It's Talk Shit Tuesday. Y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. To all my people on the back streets, y'all know what time it is. Roll them up. Get them drinks together. Sit back. Enjoy the show. Hey, fellas, don't forget to participate in that poll. Don't forget to participate in the poll. Remember, it's not a right or wrong answer. Just like to see where the knowledge of my people coming from. Because, again, read what the question said. Who had the biggest influence when it came down to the dogs? You know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of people throw a whole lot of breeders' names out there. But, you know, when it came down to the game American Pit Bull Terrier, you got to look at the growth, you know, from where it started and as it moved forward, and then what became so lasting, you know, that we can still sit back and be like, damn, I can see a whole bunch of this going back and kind of figure out what made certain breedings better than others, what made better, you know, where did the better dogs come from, you know? And we all have a general ideal that damn near every that damn fighting pit bull tutor's name gonna be in there somewhere. We all know that. But moving forward in time, you know what I'm saying, the dogs that might have came down off what tutor had done actually made dogs better. You know, gotta remember now, when everything that first gets started, you know, you ain't really got all the, you know, the faults out of it yet. Over time, you'll notice over time things get better as time goes on. These bulldogs was the same way. Remember back in the day, they had dogs with 14, 15 wins and all that other shit. And then you kind of wondered, now, how were they able to get that much out of dogs way back then? And then as time came up, you know, up in our time, it was hard to even get 5, let alone 8 and 9. And then, you know, from the induction of the journal, we only got 1 double grand champion, and she's a female with 10. You know, and the only reason we give that the glory that we give it because it's, you know, because of the journal, it's certified. You know how them governing bodies are. You know, to me, that's what the journal basically was. It was a governing body. Because Jack was, you know, he was kind of funny about even people who, and they wins and they championship. And then as time went on, he made those grand champion qualifications and things like that just a little bit harder. Even made it harder to even be recognized champion based on, you know, referees. So you needed, and then you had to have 2 people to verify, you know, certain things. So times have definitely changed over the years as we talk about this, you know. So I always felt like as time came and things took off, I think the quality of the dogs got better. The competition got stiffer because you got more people outside of the norm who's, you know, with their breeding programs creating better dogs, which made the competition just a little bit stiffer. Well, I ain't gonna say a little bit stiffer, actually a lot stiffer. Because, you know, you had a lot more people trying a lot more different things compared to where in the beginning you was kind of limited. You know, had a weeding out process basically. So yeah, y'all make sure y'all participate in that poll because I like to see, you know, just how much my historians and my bulldog people kind of understands the question and see if we can all get on the same pages to agree. While I'm in here, let me give a big shout out to my people in the house right quick. Big shout out to my man, the incomparable Mr. Dickie Foster. What up, Dickie? Big shout out to my man, Full Bite Kennels. I see you, fam. Mr. William Torres. What up, fam? My man, Pyrex Taylor in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Heart and Finish Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Melee New Suspect in the house. What up, fam? Let me see who else I got here. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Burning Star in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Stars. Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man, Howdy Doody K-Walk in the house. What up, fam? My man, High Key Lee in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to the main man, Eli Monster in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to the 260 boys in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, represent Arkansas, Louisiana Combines, my man, Mayhem Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Upper Echelon in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Student for Life Dog Training. I see you, fam. Big shout out to my man, Styles Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Talk of the City Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Appreciate everybody for showing up, showing out tonight. Yo, fellas, before we get started here, you know, Mo might not be here. Well, I'm pretty sure Mo won't be here Friday. Remember, I think he told y'all on the last show that he would, you know, might be taking off. I think he'll be here tonight, but he's dealing with pretty soon to be a death in the family. You know, anytime you got that, you know, you got just a little bit of time and it's upon that time, he's gonna have to go home for a minute and deal with his kids and his ex-wife. She's the one that's gonna be passing here. And he's just doing like a normal dad would do, you know, he might be an ex-husband, but you know, you're still gonna have that love. And you know, anytime a child, you know, as children, you lose your mother, you know, sometimes you just gotta be there because that's a hard loss. That's a big loss. So again, you know, I'm just giving y'all the heads up. Mo might not be here Friday, and me, I'm gonna do my best to step in there, you know, just to keep things rolling. But yeah, he's getting ready to have to deal with that heartbreak thing, and even you got to deal with it now because you know now it's just a matter of time. You know, and he's trying to get there just to make sure you know she sees his face. You know, but as we start talking about these bulldogs, I'm pretty sure everybody probably heard and know about what happened in Alabama. You know, as usual, when these things happen, it becomes, you know, highlighted. But again, when you get troubles like that and things start happening like that, and you get a lot of faces, and you know, the news starts traveling. You know, it's crazy because sometimes, I mean, being a person who been never caught at a raid, but never caught, but been in 3 that I can think, you know, that I really be like, we got away type of situation. It was different back then because, you know, I ain't gonna say different. Yeah, I would say different because it was always about the dog situation. We wasn't catching, you know, people that was getting caught, they wasn't catching drug cases and gun charges. and things to those degree. And it's kind of crazy every time you see these things happening. It's always, put out there guns and drugs and then dogs, And that's the sad part about it, because it heightens, puts a spotlight on the dogs when it never really should have been never about the dogs in the first place. Like in our situations back in the day, remember I was part, with the big Romulus raid that happened up in Romulus, Michigan. And I remember all them guys, they got caught up, how they wound up, all being bonded out and sent home. All within, by the time we made it back into Detroit, they was meeting us at the house. So they had already, what we had went through that whole entire night. That morning, by the time we got to where they was already out in shock to see us walk through the door. So that's the kind of thing where I be looking at, we never had to deal with it to the degree. I never seen it to that degree of the ones that I'm seeing now. And I'm just telling you fellas, we living in a different time, different era now. Total two different time periods. And when they start doing the things that they doing, and then you run up on all that shit that I seen, it's kind of like, it's crazy because nobody got their name on none of that shit. So everybody catching a charge. Everybody. I mean, not just dog charges. You talking about gun charges, drug charges. I mean, charges out the wazoo. So it's just one of them things that you stop and be like, is it even worth it? Really. And I don't know, maybe I am too old school. Remember I told you we ain't built for the now? Even when I sit down and see all the things that's happening, supposed to be in the basement, then you stop and see all of it. And this is not just this one instance. This is a couple instances. We all are aware of the things that happen around the country when it comes down to these dogs and the things that happen. And I always seem to be caught with the damn drugs and guns. Always that something else. So, that just makes it hard on just normal people just trying to have dogs. Because you done tied in the dogs with the guns and the drugs. And it's just a bad look, man. It's really a bad look. And then it's even more crazy because, some of the ones that have happened here back in, as you start catching the full stories of people telling and being as, they got state charges, so fed charges is not too far behind. And the things that people do, when you got that many people involved, it's just not a good look, man. It's not. And it makes it harder on even the people who just have the dogs due to the love of the dogs. And the reason I say that because, we always talk about, people fudging papers and people creating champions and grand champions for whatever reason. Then you got that type of shit going on, and it's almost like, hectic, like a hectic atmosphere. And I personally, over the 20 plus years that we was out there actually running around, I would have thought things would be different because we did handle things so much different. I'm only going to talk about the past, fellas. I don't know what they do in the now, but I'm only going to talk about the past. In the past, even though there was a lot of people that showed up, but everybody was accountable. I mean, it was just different how things were done back then. You know, like the 3 times we got caught up, I can almost tell you it was never a situation that they was waiting on us. It was always had to do with something, you know, crazy to happen that led up to them popping up and then boom. But nothing like, you know, that I was ever a part of and where I seen these cases play out. You know, so when you know the outcome of the cases, you already know the history. You're going to tell you what led up to it and everything else. And it was always due to not a certain person telling a bottom there, but an instance, and they just happen to run up on where all these cars come from. You know what I mean? That type of situation. But it's sad because it gives a black eye to the sport, period. I mean, just the dog community is just, it's just a terrible look, you know? And I thought I'd just bring that up because I'm pretty sure everybody done heard. Everybody, you know, it's like it's the big talk now, but not put nobody on blast, but it's just to just sit back and just look at how much it happens, you know? And it leads to more and more problems, more and more, you know, when you got that many people and people start just running their mouths, and it's just not a good look. So we always talk about the past. Remember, the past is back there. You know, we can still talk about these dogs, and we can talk about it because we lived that part. Yeah, we traveled. Yep. Everybody did a whole lot of things back then. And I heard somebody say we was, you know, make a comment about us being stupid. Well, guess what, fellas? If we were stupid back then, I want to know what the hell you call the people of the now. What you call that shit? If we were stupid, what do you call the shit that we seeing now? No, it's got to be another word for it. Because again, for us, we already knew, you know, everybody. Now, when we first got into this, hell, it was a misdemeanor, and it was nowhere near. Remember, we started in Carolina, so even then, come on now. Remember what we told you? Sheriff turned us on. Hell, Atlas Brewer was the mayor of, he became mayor of where he was at. You know, you still had Dr. Kimsey Woods was right there. And then we talking about Carolina. Look at all the dogs and the dog man that was in Carolina. And we still made it all the way up to the 2000s. And that's us starting in 84, 85. So we made it through all of that with all those type of people and all the people we met along the way. And out of all them years, only 3 times did we ever run into situations like that. You know, but by the 2000s, you already know our situation. Again, we wasn't, even when they ran up in on Mo, hell, we wasn't even doing that. We just had dogs. So that right there just kind of gave you an idea of how they was trying to do things. You know, it paid to know the law. It paid to have the cameras out. It paid to know your rights when it came to the dogs. Because now they step all, they step all over your rights. And just think, we wasn't busted with guns and drugs. We didn't have to worry about the extra shit. And when you add the extra shit, regardless of how right you might have been with the dogs, that extra shit just just helps you be just as guilty of whatever they said you was with the dogs. So guys need to stop and take a good look at what goes on in today's world and just reevaluate how you raise your dogs and how you carry your yard. Because you don't have to be doing anything and still running into trouble. You know, that's why we talk about our past, but we talk about how to protect yourself. Why? Because we know. It's nothing we just talk about because we don't know how it is. We've been railroaded before. We've had dogs killed. You know, and please understand, there's nothing worse than being found out guilty of something. And then, Journey, when you found out guilty of certain things, you would think that you would get your dogs back, but the dogs was killed damn near 2 days after they got them. And there was no repercussions behind what they did. So that should give you an idea why we always say, make sure you do the camera thing. Make sure you clean up that shit. Make sure the dogs got water. Make sure your dogs are registered. Make sure your dogs got the shots. Make sure you live by the disclaimer. Because you can still do all of that and still have to defend yourself. But my thing is, you know, I've seen, you know, these conversations where having to pay these high-powered lawyers and all that other shit, and I just haven't really seen a pit bull, you know, lawyer, really. And in our situation, I'm trying to tell you, you know, we went through 6 lawyers, and still end up doing a pro se trial. So that should tell you, you don't have, why pay somebody and still go to jail? You know, what you gonna blame that on? So I'm just a true believer in understanding and know the law. And sometimes, you know, if you believe strongly of your right, then sometimes it pays to save that money and fight for yourself. You know, I know it might sound crazy, but no, I think it would have been crazy. I think it was crazy to go through 6 lawyers and still have to fight a case pro se because you didn't have enough confidence in the people who were defending you. And what was the biggest issue about why we went through 6 attorneys? Because they really didn't know nothing. They were always trying to talk about taking the deal. There was never a defense. And that's hard to understand when you know you wasn't doing nothing. What I'm going to take a plea for when I know I wasn't doing nothing. I hear what they saying, but I mean, what they saying is like they say on TV. You know, by the time you hear it on TV and the newspaper, it's all blown out of the proportion. The damn dogs are starving, living in their own feces, puppy living in their own feces. We've been through all of that. But to us, because of the cameras, because of the pictures, because of how they did things, if I can't find through 6 attorneys to see what is supposed to be factual truth, then the only way they're going to get that is we had to fight it on ourselves. And we didn't have a problem in taking that risk. And that risk paid off. Even still, like Mo told you, the judge still called him a dog fighter in the end. You know, still gave him 2 years for the steroids, a year for the steroids, and a year for the damn, I think, the baiting. The baiting, you know, because of a video had the dogs not fighting or nothing. You know how you got 2 dogs, they got going at each other. They call that baiting. So, I mean, and then I think we could have beat that because, again, hell, if that was the case, I thought with all the videos and the movies I see on TV and the videos that came out with dogs doing the same thing at each other, nobody ever went to jail. You know, And that's kind of almost like we didn't fight it like that in our case, but it was basically almost like that because when you talk about the baiting at the time, our thing was the videos. But they wouldn't let us introduce those videos to show the jury. Because look at all the different videos we could have, it was actually out there. Remember, DMX had the video out there. They had, I can't even remember the show that Pac and them did, thing. I know Pac was in the movie. You remember Pac had the pit bull that he used to tie him up and then go out and had him fighting and shit. You remember that? They was dirty, had him on the movies thing fighting type of shit. But I guess, that was baiting. Well, they were actually fighting, but this the dog barking, that's what they call baiting. And they be found guilty of that when that didn't make any sense either. But yeah, that cost him 2 years. But see, it's these kind of things I just thought I'd just throw it out there because, you gotta really be careful dealing with these situations and the atmosphere that this game has been turned over to because, not everybody is being bad with these dogs. But you'll fall under that umbrella and there's no such thing as innocent till found guilty. It's always guilty until you convince 12 people that you're innocent. So I just hate to see people have to even deal with that type of shit or even go through it. But just to keep you guys, public service announcement, be aware, be careful, do all the, live by the disclaimer, but keep your cameras rolling. Today we're going to, we're bringing up the breeding. To us, breeding was something that we didn't do much of. And if you stop and think about some of the great kennels that we ran behind, and I'm only talking about, we're going to broaden this area because, again, Mo know this shit better than I do, but I can truly speak about the breedings that we did do and how we did it and why we did it. Because when we were doing our breeding program, we were basically trying to use what we already had on the yard. And remember, in our early years, we did have good dogs. We started out with good dogs. But we elevated, the quality of the dogs as we grew. We started out with good dogs, but as we got more into it, our knowledge got better. The dogs got better. And one thing that we noticed along the way, some people had their little statements about it, but I can only speak on what worked for us. Good performance dogs bred to good dogs generally gave you good dogs. You know what I'm saying? And I say that because Stone City, for one, Hardcore, Eminem, I would say Mau Mau. I could even throw Victor in there. These were guys who were breeding dogs and creating these dogs. And most of their yard was shit that they created. It wasn't like because it was somebody else's shit. It was like shit that they bred, they used, they created. And that's why we watched them, seeing what they did, how they bred, and how they used what they bred. And it wasn't a hard science. It didn't become a science until you start wanting to know, like with Stone City. I use them as an example. look at how they bred. You know, remember when we met them, it was all about Yellow Buck and Nico. Not Nico Jr., but Nico. Yellow Buck, Nico, um, Awesome Baby. These are dogs were just, I think Yellow Buck had just won his fifth. And when we were there, they had a litter. Remember, because we walked away, left out of there, they gave us two puppies out of Yellow Buck. I can't remember the Yellow Buck and Awesome Baby, but I know it was out of Yellow Buck, one of his first litters. You would have never, just by looking at those dogs, even with Nico, I mean, seeing them, being on the yard with them, seeing puppies, and then but through all the years, as the years went on, how just what we seen back then and how it progressed even to the now, to me was still amazing, because all the things that history has shown us. Remember, we were there early, but then to see where it all started at and how it wound up, the results that came out of it. For us, it wasn't really a science. You know, because if you start back, like most of us do, we start off with this one thing, and it works for you. And then, how do you make it work beyond what you started with? And see, that was the learning process of how each one of them guys, from Stone City to Hardcore Mike, to Eminem, Mau Mau, though, and I would even say Victor, because once they got stuck on something, they stuck to it. And true believe, I can say not everything worked, but it didn't take everything to work. It just took the right things to work. And for some odd reason, well, I know the reason, because when you got the right thing to work, you're going to be, your standards of what you're going to be working with changes. It's not like the average person. You know, what might be good to you wasn't good to them. Remember, we know how that shit felt, because what might have been good to some other people wasn't good enough for us. And this is our yard. So I understood how that part worked, because you would think, you know, that was a good damn dog, but you don't never hear nothing else about those dogs. But how did that kennel become so popular? Because the dogs you did hear about, they had all the right shit going for them. So the quality of the dogs was always going to be based on that person's yard, the standards that they set and the standards that they were sticking to as far as what they were going to be using as performance dogs. So that's something we learned along the way. You know, I don't want people to think that, you know, everything that we had, you know, was that about that deal. But none of the people that I'm talking about wasn't about everything that they had. That's not the lesson we learned out of it. Because again, what we were trying to do is create and be consistent like they were. You know what I mean? The consistency of what they were actually doing. That led up to what we did. Because if it worked for them, and I'm talking about all the way around the table, well, damn, all we got to do, and remember we told you we had 80 dogs. I swear to you, it was 80 dogs. We had bred everything that was, them 80 dogs consisted of everything that we had bred. That was almost like a 3-year project. Let everybody get old enough. Gave everybody a chance. You know what I'm saying? Those were some good dogs that was on that yard that wound up in other people's hands that really wound up being good dogs that didn't make it on our yard. Now, I think about all my boys back then. They didn't have the big spot like we did. we had 5.5 acres to play with. So not all of them had that big area that we had to where we could keep everything and actually let it grow up and keep the best of the best. So understanding how we did it, not everybody had that ability to do that, but even with them 20 dogs and 15 dogs, I seen them guys make that I seen them guys make that work and made it work phenomenally. So, but then their standards was so high. You know what I mean? I mean, when I say high, think about oh my gosh, Stone City for one. They it was kind of a group of them. It was really two, but there was a group. So they did have those dogs, a lot of good dogs. But they was working as a team, and they did phenomenally. They were stuck on the best to the best, and that's why one of the things I noticed about them, they didn't have a problem traveling, and to me they were international. They didn't give a damn. It wasn't just here. They didn't give a damn, but to maintain the quality of the dogs through all the Nicos, Junior, the Blondie, the Buck, then to come back and hit the Blondie and Mayday and still run the same Buck shit. It was kind of like that thing worked for them. And it worked a lot of years. To me, it still works now. But then you see my boy over Hardcore doing just a little bit different, but then still sticking to what was working for him, but now you throw a little bit of that over there into this over here because we all know each other. So we did a whole lot of, let me get a little bit of that, let me get a little bit of that, and still be consistent. It's there. But it worked for them. So I'm looking at the breeding programs of the day, and you kind of look at them, all right, if we take the performance out of everything, and I look at dogs, and I'm talking about when I look at dogs, I look at, put like this. Remember we had a dog named Ugly that we didn't even want. Now you'll find Ugly produce some good dogs, but she was so ugly we just didn't want to fuck with her. But this dog produced good dogs. But by looking at her and no performance about her, but she was bred out the ass. She was just an ugly dog. You know what I'm saying? But the bitch produced good dogs. Who would have took a chance on a dog like Ugly? You know what I mean? Who would have took a chance on a dog like that? Somebody took a chance on a dog like that. And got some goddamn good dogs out of a dog like that. So I always, that was not just then, because you can't never look at a dog and tell what it can do just by looking at it. That's almost impossible. They can look big and bad and be about that life, and still, back in our day, could be out of there in 7 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So looks really didn't matter. So I guess for us, breeding wise, it was kind of basically based on the performance. But then if you guys stop and look, we go all the way back to Tudor and Kobe and Lightning and Carver. And just think about this, where all this originated at, as far as we move forward. All of them was doing the same thing. I mean, some of them dogs, when you stop and look, you don't know a lot of certain dogs. I mean, because of Tudor's Jeff, Heinzel, Kobe. I mean, those are familiar names, but there's a lot of different dogs tied to those names. Okay? They didn't have much of a history that early in the game. You know, like we have now, we can go back 5 and 6 and 8 generations. Where in their case, they didn't have nothing to work off of but what they were looking at, the performance. So you can imagine, you know, how meticulous they would have to be to, you know, have the dogs that created the dogs of what we talk about today. See, understanding that part of it. See, that's the part when it comes to breeding, because you know we always talk about the performance thing. You know, and you try to make that fit like for the now type of situation. It's kind of like, it's kind of hard to do simply because in the very beginning, when they didn't have that history like we have the history now, they didn't have that. So how did they be able to pull off what they pulled off, which basically led to everything that we play with for us 20 plus years ago that they was already playing with before we got there. So they just got better to me. Competition got stiffer because now you have them dogs in other people's hands doing the things that they were doing, which created more competition. Remember, I was telling you about Bo was telling y'all about Cheryl Powell, that Hetrick TNT. I guarantee you, a lot of y'all probably was running into a whole lot of that Hetrick shit, that Hetrick TNT shit, once we bought it up. I don't know, some people, it might not have meant much to you, but the more y'all throw them pedigrees around and start looking, I seen a whole lot of that Hetrick shit back there in them pedigrees. And you have to understand why that shit was still back there in all them different pedigrees and it wasn't Cheryl Powell's pedigrees. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't just in Tornado's pedigrees. Them dogs were showing up in a whole lot of pedigrees, and them dogs that I was seeing in, they might not have been nothing, or they was something, and you look back and you seen the touch of that Hetrick shit back there. You know, that's just one of them things where you be like, dang. Twin was talking about them Hetrick dogs. Because I had remember told you, Cheryl Powell, he lived by them. And it was just, and being able to see for myself, me and Mo to be right there and see what a real Hetrick TNT dog was like. What it was, why people wasn't running over there messing with them dogs. You know, when I see them in other people's pedigrees, I understood, kind of have a better understanding why those dogs coming off Hetrick's yard are in those pedigrees. Because if those dogs is any like the dogs that I seen personally, them was some rough ass dogs. And I mean, I'm talking about rough ass dogs would destroy your shit. You know, and remember, these wasn't really like, you know, Cheryl Powell wasn't a match. You know, he didn't match dogs. He raised dogs, but yet he put his quality to the test. Anybody that wanted to see what you had, you bring it over there to him. He didn't have no problems getting around, and he always carried the dog with him and would eat your shit up. But then that's how he tested his dogs. So I guess a lot of that had to do with not because of the papers, but based off of what they were seeing. You know? So not being able to ever see well, I seen Molly B before. but she at the time she had already been stolen. She was actually I seen her after she was stolen, but I never seen Snooty. But we had a dog that came off of Snooty and Molly B. Now, not never seeing none of them dogs go, and having a dog like Judo, you would have thought that Judo was a rough dog, but I didn't see without like when you say Snooty, Snooty had two losses, but Snooty lost to two great dogs. You know what I'm saying? And being he lost to two great dogs, be like, okay, well, not knowing much of who Snooty was, you kind of, I didn't see that part in Judo, you know. But then again, when I'm looking at Molly B, I heard Molly B, she destroyed shit. She was just straight destruction. But I didn't see, when Judo had a style. That's why we called him Judo. You couldn't bite Judo. Judo would grab you at the side of your face. And one thing he definitely had, he had a mouth. Because he just would literally tear a whole side of a dog's ear and face. And he did it with his legs back here. He was an athletic dog. But man, when he put all four down, when all four hit the floor, it was like a Tasmanian devil. I mean, he was a finisher, the minute all fours hit the ground, that dog was total destruction. But the stories that I heard, never put me in the mind that that's the way Snooty fought or Molly B fought. Being I never seen him go, I would always looked at, right, I would be able to see, I heard how Molly B was, I heard how Snooty was, but Judo wasn't nothing like them. He had a mouth, true enough. That might have been the Molly B part. Snooty was game as hell, but he didn't have no talent. He wasn't no athletic dog. He didn't have no talent. But I didn't see that in Judo. But one thing I did see in Judo that he might have got from Snooty, was Snooty never quit. Remember we told y'all how we did Judo being, his first fight, I think was at 46, 47. And he wound up being a 37-pound dog, 35-pound match dog. Well, when we had him at that 46, one thing that I noticed about Judo, you couldn't stop him. He was handling that big motherfucker. I mean, you could not stop him. You remember, and that was early for us. So that part, I can see where that game shit come from. You know what I'm saying? Because Judo was game as hell. But at 35, could nothing stay with him. Nothing. Nothing at all. So, too bad we didn't, he got stolen. We didn't get a chance to see just how that breeding program would have worked, being the destructive dog he was. But, it taught us a lot of lessons about understanding the dogs, based off of what we see. Because, when you guys y'all don't have the history to work off like it, and most of the stuff that's on our yard and our papers, we seen basically the dogs that we were breeding to. We seen, or was something about that dog or something that we wanted, what we had that we put with that. So when you get a chance to see certain things, you kind of got a better idea of what you're looking to get back. Remember, we wasn't. It's not like you blind breeding compared to now. You just taking papers and matching them up or blood to blood. I think our ability to be able to see what we wanted, or seeing something that we liked about what we wanted, helped us when it came down to now we got the dog. We're already seeing the styles. You know what I mean? Like, remember, we were always stuck on the back end shit. We always wanted something to go to the back end. So then we were going to make an outcross. What was we looking to add in? It wasn't ever really the back end. The back end automatically just was coming with everything that we did any damn way. But the aggression and the smartness and the ability, we never wanted to lose. So if you look at some of our breedings, we really never lost the smart part. You know, look at the dogs' bodies. Imagine them dogs in shape with that ability and that craziness. That ability with the crazy, the smart. And it was a back end dog. It wasn't too much was going to hold them, the muscular built, crazy ass dogs out. And for the ones that I think that had them game losses, you know, I always felt like when you're dealing with a dog that don't quit but have, you know, it's a game loss, sometimes you just going to run across a dog that's just better than your dog. You know? Never try to make excuses for that loss. You know, you even for us, I mean, for the two that I know, well, the two, the Buck Roger with Roger Ramjet and the one with Judo, those are three losses that I can truly say we had. I mean, there's an excuse. You know, I always looked at that, you know, don't make them dumbass mistakes. You know, don't find yourself committed to doing something. If it ain't right, don't do it. You know, like 7 pounds uphill. Come on, man. You know what I mean? Or even in Judo's case. Remember, we did try, I think we did have Judo up around 44, 45. You know, but even then, it wasn't like we was conditioning. We was bringing him up. We brought him up to be that way because we were just trying to get on. So just dumb shit like that. You can make excuses for that shit, but then we all make them kind of dumbass mistakes early in the game. But as you get older and better and start doing the understanding part, that's why when I speak about the breeding aspect of this game, for me, you don't see me grab papers. I basically put the thinking. What's our logical way of thinking? Keep it simple. We seen what we wanted. We kind of knew what we wanted, and that's how we roll with it. And then after we got what we wanted, we didn't look for the performance part of it, the quality of the dog, until you gave the dog a chance to get up and say, all right, you bred like this, bred like that. Now it's time to see your daddy or your mama did this. And then we our grade, you know, remember, you do this long enough, you got this certain level, and it's got to build up to that level. They don't come in on that level. They got to build up to that level. So your expectations is a little bit different when you already know what you're looking for. So just keep that thought in mind. There is a psychological way of thinking when it comes to breeding. Now, when the results turn out, when you look at our papers, you think we were breeding by papers, but no, it wasn't about the papers. Papers really didn't matter when you see something that you like and say, damn, I need to get some of that. You know what I mean? It ain't because of what you seen in the papers. It's about what you seen in the dog. It wasn't nothing about Mayday's papers. It wasn't nothing about, you know, Grand Champion Ace papers. You know, Ace was a 7-time winner. It was, you know, we had already followed Ace, but remember, we was trying to go hook up with Ozzy before we even dealt with the Ace, because we had just seen Ozzy but hadn't seen Ace. But in the process, how you gonna miss grand champion Ace, a 7-time winner? It's right there in the same area. You know what I'm saying? Didn't really care what the papers looked like. Papers didn't even matter even once they got there. The story changed where the papers didn't matter. Because if he was a killer like that, we fixing to breed him to a killer. Because Red Ace, she was a killer. She would, Grand Champion Ace, he didn't take him in his 7, he didn't go long. And as far as Red Ace, we knew she would, wasn't too much going to stay in there with her. So you put them two together, boom. You know what I'm saying? Kind of gave us where we were going. So that's just one of the, I thought I'd throw that out there, fellas, because the mind frame has a whole lot to do with a breeding program. And, it's always going to be based on what you see and what you gotta go in and what you're actually looking for. Never been a fan of just worried about the blood. Hold on one second. Yeah, sorry about that. But it's not all about just running out breeding. You have a whole lot to do with the mindset. I take my hat off to a lot of them great breeders, because it's like Stone City, how they were breeding, and say we doing the same thing they doing. Or even think about this when we didn't do what they did. Remember, they would never do the Mayday Stone City shit. But think about what that led to based off of what they seen. If they hadn't seen what they seen the day they was on the yard, they might not have never done it. And it wasn't just because of what the papers looked like. They both camps knew what the damn papers looked like. They both knew. But what was it about what they seen that day to make them like, we got to do this? And they actually went straight off of Yellow Buck straight to Mayday. When we had dogs that came off of Yellow Buck and off of Mayday and made them crosses. But they did it on the straight up off of Yellow Buck straight to the Mayday situation, and look, history was made. But it's the fact based off of what they seen that day. See, even little things like that, something that you see, you change your damn mind. So just keeping a perspective with your breeding programs as far as knowing what you want to do and how you want to do it, whether it be outcrossing, inbreeding. See, I don't really get into all the outcrossing and the inbreeding and shit like that, because if you look at our papers, we had too many match dogs to be worried about inbreeding or trying to save a bloodline. We just I guess it wasn't the forte, especially when we got Mo and our KP. They was always looking to do like tutoring them. Remember, everything they was doing, they was trying to make better than what you already had. Yeah, it's good, but we can even do better type of situation. So that's something that I wanted to bring up, because again, it's all about not just the papers. There's a lot to going into what makes a breeding successful. Because I see a whole lot of breedings, but what are you breeding for? It's got to be a purpose. We always say, whole lot of breeding, but what are you breeding for? And that right there is just not to be knocking people, but just to get a understanding of what are you breeding for. You know, that's where you have these type of conversations. That's why we go way back here to tutoring them. And we work our way all the way up to the front, to the people who right there in this area where history has said they had great dogs. They had great dogs. They had great dogs. And each one of these people created their own match dogs. Like Jeep. Jeep, regardless of how you looked at it, look how many people who was able to work with that Jeep blood. Look where it started at. And look how many people took that one dog and outcrossed it, did what they felt was necessary to create all these different dogs. These dogs did not stay right there on Crenshaw. Me personally, Garrett did some of the breedings with, I'm not gonna say a lot of breedings, but I know Crenshaw was mad at Garrett because once Garrett got the dog, Crenshaw and him fell out because Garrett never let Crenshaw breed the Jeep after he got him. That's what they say. Well, that's what he said. How that story was, I don't really know. But remember, we had a triple bred, goddammit Jeep dog on our yard. So we knew enough about it that dog wound up on our yard. So the stories that comes with these dogs is one thing. But the results, time tells. Go back and just, how did it work out? How do you know? Well, because time said so. And before I get off of here, I'm going to address this one too. Now, for everybody out there who think that the Journal and American Game Dog Times and all that shit was just bullshit, let me explain something to y'all. How I feel about that. The only people who can talk shit about that, literally to me, are the people who never ever matched the dog. And for those who never, when I hear people say, well, I knew some people who never turned in their stuff to the Journal, well, y'all probably did know some people like that. But guess what? How was we ever going to know about them? One thing the Journal has definitely given over the many, 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 many years, there was a lot of dumbass people that was in the damn Journal. A lot. Years and years and years and years of dumbasses, if that's what y'all want to call us. And you know why we can always talk about them dumbasses? Because y'all still talk about them dumbasses today. In all y'all papers. Very seldom do I hear anybody talk about the ones who don't, because don't nobody know them anyway. So what is it really to talk about? It's like the now. Y'all don't have no Journal. Y'all don't have shit. So it ain't even good to even talk about it if you did do anything in the now. Because to me, that would be the dumbass. Because I feel like the only people supposed to know what's happening in the now is the people that plays in the now. And the now just ain't meant for everybody. We're living in a different time and era. I come from the era where we didn't have that to worry about because we had something, a publication, a governing body, couple governing bodies. And if y'all felt that we were all dumb as hell, guess what? One reason you say that because you ain't nowhere in there. You don't even know what that is to be like that or out there. You can't go and verify a goddamn thing that you did. So, for people who think like that, how about changing the conversation by just saying, I never done it, so I really wouldn't know what it was to be in it. I think that's a lot more, respectable, to say that than to call us a bunch of dumbasses or we stupid as fuck. But then in the same breath, you talk about matchdogs. Because remember, we really don't talk about shit that wasn't in the journal. Not when it comes to champions and grand champions. So, little, contradiction, not understanding the comments. But I know we in the world of selling dogs now. So, you can stop and say a good dog is a dog because you look at it, that's all on you. That's fine. That ain't taking nothing from you. But don't pull up the damn pedigree and start talking about the match dogs that created the dog you got. Because your dog will never probably ever match up to the dogs that created it. And if it could, you would never know because you always looked at people like us as dumbasses anyway. So I just try to understand what's your selling point because your selling point gonna always be about the dumbasses that you talk shit about. So what that make you? I'm just saying. A bunch of, you're either gonna be a puppy peddler, because those to me are the bad names. There's some shit we can call people like people who does that. Puppy peddlers. Wannabes. I mean, I can just get real ill with it because again, they're always gonna relate back to them same dogs. Just supposed to be people that were so stupid. Because again, the only reason that you could say anything like that or we want to have that type of conversation even now is because you never knew what it felt like to do it. And I just throw that out there because when I hear it, it just gives me just makes me, because I know you ain't never done it. So if you ain't never done it, you don't have no idea what it is to even have one. So that's not going to help you sell more puppies because you talk shit about the journal. And for everybody who co-signs that shit, 99.9% of y'all who co-sign that kind of statement never, ever, ever match the dog. To try to be something. Now, there's a whole lot of backyard shit. We don't even talk about the backyard shit. We call that shit, that neighborhood bullshit. Y'all already know how we feel about that. I mean, if you was really about that life, you would have known that because, again, if you was really about that life, you would have seen just how hard it was to get your shit in the journal. And we have put these journals up here, and we have had pages and pages and pages and pages and years of these dogs in the journal. We can read the matches. We can read all kinds of shit. That's the history. We can see who was selling what. That was the magazine for that time. Very informative. Great matches. Every matches we talk about, been talking about it for years and years. All the great comments that people had to say, all that shit's right there in the journal. All that shit's in American Game Dog Times. That's history. Now, the only way y'all can see a person shitting and spitting on that is because, and being these bulldogs, because you are definitely trying to sell somebody something. Because why in the hell would you say that and then turn around and try to sell dogs out of dogs that came out of the same thing that you're calling stupid people? Let me see how that conversation would be when you don't have no dogs that came out of those books or have that type of history. Let me see what a selling point would look like without that type of history in this fraternity. I have yet to see that. But then again, I can only speak on what I see and what I hear. What I don't hear is a response. Because y'all see, I've said this quite enough, but you kind of understand it. Maybe Twin is looking for a response. Maybe Twin is. And I'd be willing to let anybody on this show that would be glad to have that conversation with me. That's one conversation that I am open to. Anybody come on this show, being that we are, we talk about, match dogs. We talk about fighting dogs. We talk about dog fighters. I think this is the perfect show to have that type of debate on. I would look at it to be a kind of a short debate because I think the dumbass would be the person who would actually come on here and try to debate that. Because it's still going to come down to what do you have to stand on when you make a comment like that? Especially in a dog fighter's room. But again, I throw that out there and I would welcome any challenge to have that debate. And any other debate, I feel like you guys ever, because again, we finna wind this down and I want to get all this stuff out and open to open. I want to address a whole bunch of shit. I hear the comments, I hear certain things being said, but again, remember, over here, we ain't selling shit. We don't have nothing to sell y'all but shirts, t-shirts, and hats. Everything that we tell y'all here, we don't have no memberships, anything. Y'all notice what we give to you, we give to you. Right? Straight up, raw. Don't cost you nothing. Don't hold back. Say our piece. Because if you come here, that's what you come to hear. So we open that forum for anybody who wants to address that. But we don't really get too many people who have them kind of phone calls or to have them type of debates because it's kind of hard to have a kind of debate with a motherfucker who's done it and you've never done it. It's easier to have a conversation like that in some of these forums with people who never done it. That's why I hear so many people who jumps on these platforms and who had them kind of conversations. It's kind of hard to have a conversation with people who have done it. That's like trying to argue with Rastaman or Mau Mau or Eminem or Garcia or us or even Fat Bill. How do you argue with people? I can argue with Fat Bill because we're going to always have a certain opinion. Like he say, the shit that he say, but, I'm always going to bring that up. You got your ass whooped. Trust me, you got your ass whooped because you jumped out there in that fast lane. You beating up on Crenshaw and all them other motherfuckers that you were talking the shit about. But again, I remember now. You kind of remember when you actually started running around like the Legion and all y'all was running around up there in Youngstown and over in Cleveland, over in Detroit. You remember them runs. You remember them people, and I remember the people. So, them people remember you too. So those are the kind of things I'd be talking about. Those would be our arguments. But that wouldn't be nothing but you don't like me saying what I'm saying, and I don't have to be there to tell you what I'm saying. Because again, they're my people, and regardless of how you feel about it, you're never going to change the outcome. And it would be nice to tell you, share that with the people. What got you there? Why'd you, after all that time period, what made you even do it? Because there was a lot of y'all that you was over, the motherfuckers that you was over there beating, wouldn't even take the chance to do what you did. That's why I give you the respect I give you, because you did get out there and you tested them waters. And you kind of figured out them waters ain't nothing to be playing with. And there's a couple times, we could talk about it. You know what I'm saying? But then that's a dog man right there. That ain't taking nothing away from him. That's just, remember, I'm old school. I'm one of them old, everybody who talks about Fat Bill always gonna have a reason not to like him. But that's Fat Bill. Don't take nothing away from Fat Bill the dog man. So, but who else can I talk about like that out here? I don't see them. Yeah, Fat Bill had the American Game Dog Times. He had a great publication. We got the books right over here. And we always go in and out. Great stories, a whole lot of great stories. So Fat Bill is still just the legendary Fat Bill. Regardless of what y'all think or how I say or what kind of shit I talk, that's a class act in himself. But me and Fat Bill gonna have a different conversation compared to me and PBK or me and Buck City. We're not going to have the same conversations. You know what I'm saying? Because those are the kind of conversations that maybe, if you really feel a certain type of way about it, then it'd be a great conversation to have. Because to me, I think it would be so enlightening to the people, because it's definitely going to distinguish when I say there's certain lanes you want to stay in and you want to play in. But then there's some open lanes that when you're running to get outside those lanes and go play, remember I always talk about, that's what I was saying about what happened to Fat Bill. You got outside the lane you were used to playing in and got your head cracked. You know what I'm saying? But I still feel in the same way about other people with some of the things they say. You get outside that lane and jump in a lane that you don't need to be in, don't be surprised, because the outcome is generally going to be the same way it's always been. Stay in your lane. And I open them doors for people who don't feel like, I don't know what I'm talking about. We've always welcomed them kind of conversations. And I always think it was something that, we need to have more of. Because, again, we are who we are. And I don't ever find myself putting other people down based on what they do. But I will definitely speak up for the ones who speak on something that they shouldn't speak on. And I think because I was a dog fighter and I was in the journal, I am far from being a dumbass. And I speak for all the many, many, many years and years and years and years of people who've done it. Because out of all the years of the people who've done it, I start looking at the person who says it. The only reason I can see you saying anything like that, because you've never done it. And that's cool. So why say it? Because you still talk about them some dumbasses when you're trying to sell a dog. Y'all think that would be a long conversation? Nah, I don't think it would be a long conversation. I don't even think it would be an argument worth having. But I open the doors to that argument simply because I like putting people in the proper lane. So let me be the controversial person to talk shit. And that ain't no big directly shot at anybody. Y'all just know how I feel about those type of comments. And if you find yourself as being one of those who I've heard make them comments, I give you the platform to have that argument with me. Because it's easy to have that argument for people who've never done it and sit back and listen to that shit. But how about trying to go at a real dog fighter with that conversation? Because there is a real dog fighter out here who has a history of fighting dogs. And probably a lot more of them out there, but I don't think it's too many of them that have a platform that really don't talk about nothing but fighting dogs. So we would be glad to have that conversation. So, shots fired on you, Mo. Hey, I did tell him about your situation Friday. If you wanted to weigh in on it, you know what I mean? What up, everybody? What's the poll, man? Big shout out to my man C. Wood. C. Wood said, at Going Hard Kennels Reloaded. Exactly. Speak up with facts or shut the heck up. Appreciate that, C. Woods. I see you, fam. We see you, baby. Tell them again. It's only fair. All right, man. I got 107 people who have taken the vote already. Appreciate that, everybody who done chimed in. Poll question tonight is, which of these American Pit Bull Terrier breeders had the biggest influence to the development of the American game, American Pit Bull Terrier? I have Earl Tudor at 43%, Maurice Carver at 34%, Mr. James Crenshaw at 2%, and Mr. Floyd Boudreaux at 21%. So they gave Earl Tudor the award. Well, I would have gave Earl the award too. He didn't want to start it out with that shit, but you know, as time got on, I just felt like the dogs got better. Because ain't no goddamn 14, 15, 16 goddamn time winners running around today, Mo. You ain't gonna be none. You ain't gonna be none. Shit. Damn me, get a 5-time winner around this motherfucker. So many damn 5-time winners ain't safe these days. You know, we back in the times where we can. That's why I like hanging back here and getting on the bus and traveling. Travel back in time. When you get off the bus, you know, I always keep saying that. When we get off the bus here, we gonna be on this shit here. Now, you don't hardly ever hear Mo talk about boards and treadmill races and confirmation shit. You don't never hear me get in none of that, because I ain't in none of that. I ain't saying there's anything wrong with any of that. I'm better off back here where that's my lane. Y'all can have all that. I'm just saying, while I'm sitting back here looking at it, I'm just asking myself, what the hell does that have to do with my world? So can't mix those two worlds. I like it better when you say, regardless of what's back there, I'm gonna look at what I got on my yard right now. That's the best advice that I hear a person make. Get what you're using back there, because really, to be honest, that shit don't even matter what you're doing up here, because you ain't doing the shit that shit was doing. You're doing something totally different. Totally different. Face it. And for those who just want to stand on what they got and what they feed, that's the best way to go. But understand what you building. What are you building when you do that? You ain't playing a model air. It's a new air. You're breeding this shit to run a treadmill, or hit a wall, confirmation. See, it's totally different. So that shit back there shouldn't matter. What we did shouldn't matter in none of y'all pedigrees anymore. Because we were systematically enhancing the American Bulldogs. That's why we have so many great dogs out there. Because we had so much competition. You know, that's what it was all about. You know, journals make history. At least we can go back there and grab history. We have history. I have history. That I can at least go pick up something and go find me in my history. You know, and that's with me included with everybody else. All the guys that been on our show, they all had history that we can always go back at and find and pull up and imagine, you know, and admire. They're not talking about hitting no wall. They're not talking about hitting no treadmill. They ain't talking about no confirmation show. That's not what is in their history. But for those who want to enjoy and reflect on that history, I've tried to give you as much of that history with the people involved that a lot of you people did not know. Not too many kennels out there that we did not know that was fast lane. And you know, you're always screaming with fast lane, but again, look at your pedigrees. Look at our pedigrees. It's not like I'm bragging out fast lane. No, look at my dogs. Look at my pedigrees. They are my receipts to back up fast lane. Triple M, Mile, Sniper, Gotta Eat, Black Dragon, Black Ice, Triple M, Roster Man, Walk 'em Down, Richard Garcia, Schoolboy. That's history. Don't forget Tyrone and Bakari and his line of dogs. Can't forget him. There's so many more. I can keep on going. I can go through Buffalo. I can go through Virginia. I can go through Maryland. I can go through New York, Chicago. Love Ohio, Detroit, Texas, Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and run all the great kennels. A history. It ain't a damn one I'm talking about. Run up no damn wall. We ain't gonna forget J-Bo. Can't forget J-Bo. I said Louisiana, but J-Bo, you already know you's one of them.
Yeah, I was talking about dog fighting. I forgot all about J-Bo.
You know what I'm saying? And you just know this. Ain't none of them talking about hitting no wall. Not a one. All these people I just named, it's got history that we can go find. We can see. We can look at. We can imagine and admire. If only for the entertainment. But them having the privilege and the ability to have that great bulldog between their legs and what's carried for everything that y'all voted on in that poll. That poll speaks for itself. To walk down that road, to play in that lane, which had many levels. But the main ones that stand out, they're standing right there on that RM list. And all the shit that sprinkles and branches off of it is in the history. The history that y'all try to take and build your own shit with. Not grabbing from the first, second, third generation. Y'all grabbing 4, 5, and 6 For it to even make sense to us to get back up here between 1 and 2 and 3. But that's okay though, because y'all run on walls, treadmills, confirmation, the new thing. The new thing. But don't try to sell your shit. Don't try to make your shit our shit. You want to throw us out so you can get to breathe onto what's new? Then you do that. But you can't get rid of history. You'll never measure up to the history because you will never have a dog to measure to that history because y'all not in the same lane. Respect that. Y'all want to change the name of American Pet Bull? You need to do that. Why don't you start pushing for that? Start making that the new thing. You know what I'm saying? For real. Can't set the standards on the American Pit Bull Terrier. That's already been stamped in stone, measured through grit and grind, set in stone through history of the greatness of the men who put themselves out there, took the chance. Took the chance on all chances. The ups and the downs. Wins and the losses. The motivation to be able to carry it as far as we carry it. We're so much at risk. And many times losing more than what you made out of it. It's just the love of such a warrior. The thrill to be able to see in my history all the great dogs and the great dog men, and just wanted to be one of them. Just to be able to say that I did what they did. That was me. Now, I came in the fast lane. Don't get motherfucking mad every time I say fast lane and y'all feel like y'all been dejected or ejected. You know, y'all just don't want to feel the wrath for the fact of the truth. These were great dogs and they wouldn't have been worth a damn if they weren't competitors. They went for the best. That's why we had great matches. We had champions and champions. We didn't have grand champions and grand champions. This is what made the game. This is what made the American Pit Bull Terrier, not the American Pet Bull Terrier. So quick to run back here and brag about what our history got to make it a selling point, to go run up a wall, to go run a treadmill, stand in there and do a confirmation, yet call it an American Pit Bull Terrier. Don't be swinging at OGs. Don't be swinging at OGs because it's still not our lane. Our hands is up. No need to be swinging at us. We ain't doing nothing y'all doing. So what we ain't doing, nothing y'all doing. Can't get mad at me. I'm way back here. I'm way back here talking shit to y'all way up there. Pointing out this a plain, simple fact. Stop trying to be somewhere you can't and won't ever be. Leave it like that. Face it. Not hating. The fact is you're not appreciating and you don't respect it. That's what leaves the room open for us old guys to sit back there and look at y'all and be like, y'all got some goddamn nerves. Let's just put it out here exactly the way it is. You is doing something totally different with what we doing. Our expectations is not your expectations. Y'all ain't dealing with the shit that we dealing. We was all getting raided back then. We was all going to jail back then. We was all taking the chances back then with the goddamn journals and was still making history and still producing great dogs. Preach! Preach!
You're on the point that I'm talking about today's show too, just in case you don't know.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not a put down to me. Not a put down to me that your dog is running up a wall. It's not a put down for your dog to be running a treadmill race. It's not a put down for your dog to be pulling, weights and shit. It's not a put down when I talk about your competition.
Hey, fellas, I need y'all to tighten up on them like buttons. I got 69 people up in here. I got over 300 viewers. Come on and help me hit that like button. Let's get them numbers up a little bit higher than what I'm looking at. Don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just coming straight out. When we say these things about the comparison and the lanes and the difference in the then and the now, you know what I'm saying? You don't want the then to start talking about you now. We've been leaving you alone, but if we're taking a beating, like our dogs ain't shit because you know what? Our dogs ain't shit because y'all got them where they ain't shit. We had the shit. Y'all should come from our shit. Y'all try to sell y'all yard off of our shit, what we did. You ain't doing it. You ain't doing it. So don't be shitting on us when you using our shit. Regardless of who it is. It ain't got to be going hard. It could be Boyles. It can be Eli. It can be Jeep. It could be Gator. It could be any line out there. Come from my time. Ain't got no business using that shit as a selling point to be running up a damn wall. And then in the same story, try to sell a dog where we got to go back 5 or 6 generations to see what you really got coming up here where you at. Because you ain't doing shit with none of it. You're just putting it together to look good and brag about it. But don't be bragging about you running up the wall. No, you don't be bragging about the treadmill or the competition in the confirmation. No, you be bragging about his line and how good that line was and the scientific way you done put this shit together and why it's gonna work. We're doing what though? And for it to be a selling point, you gotta first attack us to make you look good. We ain't sitting back here, ain't saying shit. We ain't doing shit. What do we care? But by the way, since we in here, you know what I'm saying? Well, we can get on a bus and keep it like it is. We ain't trying to change a goddamn thing. We still gonna be dog fighters. We're gonna still talking about dogs in the dog fighting world. We're still gonna talk about the legendary dog man that made these dogs important and what made these dogs such a big thing in the history of the dog game. Why we still talking about these old people? Let's talk about the people that come up before me and then the things that I did and then the people that came after me. We are history. We are history. I mean, y'all always got us to fall back on. Instead of trying to disrespect us, you ought to dedicate yourself to us. Because you could never be us. Times won't let you do that. And for the ones who want to take that chance, the ones who are going to go out there and get them night visions are taking the same type of chances that we was taking on bigger circumstances. So you got to check your hand and understand, hey, it boils down to, is it worth it? If you ain't doing nothing, what you worried about? But if you're doing something, you have a lot to worry about. You have a lot to worry about. You can't let your mind get caught up in this upstairs bullshit of the social media world and all the back and forth shit and trying to make a friend or trying to build yourself above yourself, because this is how the darkness is being invaded. You're getting befriended by these people, don't know who the hell you're talking to. It just sounds good. No, I don't never talk about my dog doing that. So what are they getting your dogs for then? I have to pick up the phone and call you, I want to breed to such and such and so. I'm going to ask, don't you want to know why? Why am I being interested in what you're showing? And I need to check and make sure he's a good dog. You got to turn me away because I have night vision. See, my night vision I can't see your light because I can't find where you can help me. And that's where we got to understand. This is where it's important to understand that it needs to be more private and more undercover and more in the woods than ever before. This is not my time. It's all playing in right now. Even in my time, we had raids. Even in my time, they were systematically destroying the dog gang. Shit, I went to prison for the shit. My girl got found guilty with more charges than me, and she never been inside a box or anything. This her being with me got her found guilty of some shit that I went to trial with and won. So you not necessarily your woman got to be standing there with you at the box to catch a damn charge. It's just circumstances that this thing brings out for those who wants to run up to the wall and run around the treadmills and want to do the confirmations and shit. You know, we're dealing with different American pit bulls. You might as well change the name to American pet bulls, terriers, because that's what we're trying to do to clean it up. Then clean up the damn name, because the American pit bull belongs back here with us. It don't belong up there with y'all. I got my glasses. Oh my God. It's been a rough day. Yeah. It really does boil down to what was great. Can't lose respect on what was great. You cannot lose. We can't just keep falling back on Earl Tudor and Don Mayfield and James Crenshaw and Ronnie Boyles, Floyd Boudreaux. We can't keep falling on those guys. We can't keep resorting and going back to what they did, because we made them great too. Because it wasn't always about them. It was about their line of dogs. And the things we were able to do with their line of dogs to bring them up here with us. They set it up and we carried it. And it's always been a carrying theme throughout the years. You can't never get rid of a great dog who's made history. get a lot more respect when you can talk about the journal, but at least we got something to pick up and be able to reminisce. We have something to fall back on. We don't have to talk. As long as you know how to read, we can just give you the information and go read it and see it for yourself. Things that y'all don't have. On top of the fact that we still trying to figure out what is all this damn puppy peddling for. I'm trying to find the sole purpose of why. If there was champions out there, y'all don't know none of them. Y'all don't want to know them, remember? It's not where y'all at, so y'all not in that lane. So y'all never know that. So the possibility of y'all ever producing a great American pit bulldog, you never fall in that history line of us. It's like y'all say, y'all gonna separate the shit, separate it all the way. Let us be great. Let us be the legendary guys that we are and leave us alone because you're not on our lane. That's all. Your history will not consist of the dogs that our history consists of. We understand that. It just seems like y'all the ones getting mixed up. Because there's no reason for y'all to be trying to beat on our past when, you know, y'all future is nothing like our past. Not even on the same railroad track. But when it comes to selling dogs, hey, you will buy a going hard dog just because it's a going hard dog. And try to start you a line of that shit and just go on the fact that it's a going hard dog. When going hard was breeding dogs, we wasn't breeding like that. We weren't breeding like that. We was breeding like Stone City, Hardcore, Southern Kennels, Windy City Combine. Kennels that was producing great dogs. That's how we was breeding. And you see what we was doing. You sure wasn't hitting no damn wall. Shit, I ain't knocking the shit, but that just proved my point about we do different levels here. We shouldn't even have a conflict. Our conflict ain't with y'all because our conflict is all part of history and stepped in stone. We just don't understand how we are discussing us up there with y'all. When y'all is nothing like us. But your selling point has everything to do with us. Why do we keep throwing these pedigrees all over the place? What's the purpose of showing everybody these pedigrees? If everybody's raising an American pet bull terrier. How y'all gonna ever really appreciate the work that we put in when it doesn't reflect y'all anyway, except for selling some puppies. Somewhere out there, there's a great fighting dog. Somewhere out there, there's a great kennel. Somewhere out there, they are still out there trying to build a history. Somewhere out there, there's somebody standing there getting ready to get him a real 3-time winner. Not a fake one, not an easy runner, but one who has that real heart of a true dog fighter. What was to compete. You can compete just to win and pick your shit to be a winner. Sooner or later, you will do that enough, you're gonna draw. You turn into chum because we smell you. Competition is always lurking like a damn big ass shark in the water. That's what made the shit fast, lame. You had people hunting for competition. That's what made it so ferocious. We looked for it. Give it down what you say you got. what it's all about. Throwing weights and getting it on. That's all it was. Politics wasn't no politics. You know, yes, those days of the big matches and all that shit, hey, we had a chance to enjoy them. We had a chance to enjoy them. I ain't talking about what y'all doing now. I said we had a chance to enjoy them, and we still got raided. People still got taken to jail. People still got their yards snatched up. And they've been doing it since they outlawed the shit.
Hey Mo, you know, back in Tudor days, when they didn't have a journal, right? You go back and look at the old papers, right? Everything black back there, right? Kind of is a little bit different than when you see a black pedigree today compared to what they was doing back then, right?
Well, even back then, they had, in the 1950s, they had a journal. Your friends of mine, the Pit Bull Report, I mean, there was books out there. There's always been journals out there, you know, and they just didn't report matches like the Sporting Dog Journal did, you know what I'm saying? But they had their dogs on display. They advertised their dog like, you know, and their stories in those old journals. It got sophisticated. And when they started reporting matches, that changed the game. Now you're making matches part of the history. And you got enough good guys in that history, man, to show you how potent these dogs were. Remember, in 1998, they had 1,978 matches in 1 year. Reported 1,978 matches in 1998. Okay? Ain't nowhere in the hell y'all gonna try to weigh that to what y'all talking about now. Because you know it's impossible to happen. And definitely impossible to report. All that's gone. At least we can know out of them 1,978 dogs who the champion was, who the grand champion was, who he went into, who he beat, who he lost to. At least we can go back and see history. Totally different lane that we dealing with in these days. So we can't even speak about the damn vision. The vision should be so in the dark that it's the safest place to be. And let this stuff up here be what it is. Because it sure as hell ain't what it is over there in the dark. Regardless of where it's going down. Who's taking the chances? Who's making the breeds to still have great dogs? It's not going to run up a wall or jump on a treadmill or do a competition, confirmation show. You know what I'm saying? Got those out there who's willing to still take that chance. I mean, even now, like, is it really worth it? No. They're sitting in a worse situation than we would be. You know, we had to judge now and made that choice, you know, without a book, without no record keeping, without no sanctioning body. You know, you just trying to go out here and compete with your pit bulls and don't care about nobody else's yard as long as you can compete. And if you can be successful doing that, they will know who you are. If a lot of you guys out here don't know them, the underworld will know who they are. You know what I'm saying?
The great breedings of the past, Mo. Like we watched Stone City come up, right?
Man, I always say the great breedings are you go to the RM list and give me the first 10 dogs on that list on the males, the first 10 dogs on the females, and then go look at the RM list and go on that list there and check those dogs out. And then you look on that RM list and see if those dogs on that RM list is on any of them top 10 dogs in them champions and grand champion areas. Most of those dogs you're going to see. And those are the great dogs. I think the dogs was built around those first 5 dogs. And you already know what I'm talking about. Jeep, Frisco, Yellow, Mayday. You know what I'm saying? Buck, Grand Champion Buck. Awesome Baby, Honey Bunch. You know what I'm saying? I mean, shit. Baby got 4 points. Shit. She jumped a whole bunch of dogs to be up there on that list if there was a list out there for her to be on. You know? So, you know, the great dogs to me are those great dogs. If you go to those dogs there, those are what I would call the greatest dogs of all time. Jeep, I would call him one of the greatest dogs of all time. Was he a great match dog? No, but he was a champion. He was a 4-time winner. And he produced a lot of great dogs. He produced so many dogs that in most great dogs, you're going to find Jeep in him. You're going to find that yellow stuff in there. And the way I see it, you're going to find that yellow stuff in there with some Jeep stuff. Just like you're going to find that Red Boy stuff, which is yellow stuff, in the Jeep Red Boy crosses. We're still playing around on that list, ain't we? Hardcore on that list, right? Stone City on that list. Southern Kennels on that list. Tom Bowden on that list. James Crenshaw on that list. You know, those are guys that produce great dogs. You don't hear me saying Floyd Boudreaux. You don't hear me saying Mr. Tudor. You don't hear me saying Mr. Mayfield. You don't hear me saying none of them. But I'll say Pat Patrick. Because he's part of that list. Those are the great dogs. Those are the great dogs. And I can guarantee you most great dogs like you see going through history, guess what? You ain't going to be way back there looking at Dabo now. You're going to be looking at those particular dogs.
You know, I listened to a story on Pat Patrick. You know, if Pat Patrick hadn't sold Buck, right? The Buck wasn't bred that many times.
Where he had him?
No, when the guy who he sold him to, he didn't breed Buck that many times. But if Pat had him, you probably would have had a lot more dogs bred off of him. And I think, you know, based on his Pat telling the story, he was kind of upset because the guy who did own him didn't breed him like he was supposed to. And he never gave Pat credit, you know, from where he got the dog from. Even though, you know, when Buck got famous, he changed the lie about the pedigree, you know, because the dog became a grand champion and he's producing. He felt it was necessary to come, you know, be real about how the dog was bred. But for Buck not to be bred that much, that he put out some shit out there, man. He definitely got enough out there. So that just goes to show you it don't take a lot of the
But we're talking about a great dog, though.
Right. It's a great dog.
Right, Mayday, great dog. G, great dog. Buck, great dog. You know, the Yellow, Grand Champion Yellow. Maybe his fighting career was nothing like Mayday's fighting career, but damn, the dog won 6 matches. Did a couple of motherfuckers 2 or 3 times. You know, on the get back. That's that South Carolina shit, though. Okay, don't be up there hating on it when it comes relating to it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can't be talking shit when y'all from South Carolina. So can't nobody hate on Yellow for that. You know what I'm saying? That's just what they do. You know, don't go whining about it now because all you got to admit it. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
but
that puts us in that welcome all
round. But look what he produced. Shit, he produced dogs like his daddy did when he produced Yellow. When Yellow John produced Yellow, Yellow John was up there on the RO list just as much as his son overpassed him on the ROM list. Then to watch his son overtake him on the ROM list, who was Mayday. You know, that's what sets them up. And then you got another daughter over there off of Yellow, also maybe been sitting up under a honey bunch for years. Stone City Kennels, Yellow, Awesome Baby, G, Grand Champion Buck. And then you wonder why they have so much success. Turn around there, look at Stone's Hardcore Kennels and the great dogs they had consistently through all these years. Yellow, G, Red Boy, Honey Bunch, Rascal. That's their shit. Going Hard, Yellow, Buck, G, Honey Bunch, Mayday. You know what I'm saying? Can't forget him. 3 sons surpassed each other. Climbing up that ladder, that means it got better and better every time. And you got Mayday's son, Luke Kane. He did a back-to-back with grand champions. Something ain't never been done. Still sitting there, still that Yellow shit. Showing you the game has progressed even better. Frisco. A lot of this European shit, yeah, but he definitely caught up. You know, maybe not the full seniority that most of us real dog fighters give him. No, us real dog fighters will never give Tom Gardner that you know, ROM respect, because there was a reason why we started putting asterisks on those champions that Frisco was producing. And then we'll never forget the time there the APBT had to shut him down as far as, you know, his registration. If you lie about the breedings, then you can lie about these goddamn numbers. So, you know, he's always had that stain from us real dog fighters. Us real dog fighters, you know, there's 1,000 dogs being sold. But there's only so many that a real dog fighter can get their hands on to make a winner for Tom to grow. Because Tom sure ain't the one doing it. So you do have great dogs coming off of Frisco. But it ain't coming through Tom's hands. It's coming through dog fighters. Dog fighters made it. Whether they was overseas or over here, it was just that we didn't respect the quality of dogs overseas compared to the dogs that was running in the United States. So we had to put the asterisk there to separate them overseas dogs to our shit. You can't mingle with us like that knowing that we had the greatest dogs in the world. And it was just a point that was just wanting to be politically correct about it. it was a point that was made clear in the journal why they did that. It was really based on Frisco. But you can't knock the dog in his production because he produces a lot of great dogs. And to be honest, you'll see a Fat Bill in a lot of those dogs. You know? Not hating on the man. But I'm a competitor too, so that makes me just as nasty, and especially when I'm dealing with an asshole. You know, you can't take the fact that, you know, you can tell everybody in the world, you know what I'm saying? And even me giving you legendary status, but I fell out his grace when I talked about his 7-time winner getting beat by a 3-time winner. Smashed. I mean, because I know my man who smashed you, you know what I'm saying? That I know the match. I know the man. Receipts to that, not just by better ask somebody. Because everybody that I point out that kicked your ass, you can pick up your phone and call every one of them and they'll say, yeah, that's my boy. That's my dude. Every one of them. So for him to take it so harshly, like I was trying to put him down, you was trying to put yourself up there so high that, that a person like me that you tried to look down on found out I was standing right next to your ass. You can't be all that high when you slide your ass over here in my world that I was at, and what I consider was the fast lane. You didn't do very well in the fast lane. So fuck the fast lane, but just remember you lost in the fast lane. Couple times with your 6 and 7-time winners. And then you got together with old Kenny Allen, with old Robert T. And came back your ass up into Ohio and got smacked around again. So y'all lost with Bullet and Robert T. Bullet beat you, and then goddamn Legion of Doom beat you. But these are fast lane people. So you can't be hating because I'm a part of that life to speak on it, and you want to get mad? Well, where am I lying at? I ain't never knocked you off the notch, still called the man legendary. Still said the man had great dogs. I mean, you see a lot of this dog on a lot of these great dogs. But the truth is the truth. I'm not no lay down dog, man. I fight dogs. So you best believe that you gotta fight fucking with me. You don't like what the hell I'm saying, you're gonna catch it. Because that's what we do. We compete anyway. We are competitors, so you ought to know our attitude. That slick ass shit don't get nowhere. Not when you ain't ready to get down there and get ugly with it like I am. No, you're not. Because I didn't do anything wrong. But told the truth. Why you think you're bigger and better than everybody out there? I just showed you where you can get your ass kicked with your greatest shit. And I'll say it to your face. You had to have Bolero and Boaz out there running around up there in the woods. You were getting your ass kicked. They wouldn't have made it. But they was worse than the shit you had out there that was losing. You just got them to thrive on because they didn't ever make it to that point to get beat. A person like me can say that. I'm not none of them other guys. I can say it and get away with it. Because I'm not lying. And I ain't no rookie to this shit. I've been in there deep to say that and mean what I'm saying. And I ain't got to worry about it. Be glad to have a debate any day. But I fell out of your grace because of the truth. Try to find a way to to put me down, but hey, run through my shit and enjoy it. That's one thing for damn sure. You can look in your own shit and find me in there being called great.
I think that's what kind of pissed him off.
Right, he looked in his own book. You don't know me, I'm in your shit a couple times. But I like that. That's all part of the competitiveness, though. That's what makes me where you see I standing here as a dog fighter and don't have no inklings and understanding about nothing else y'all talking about because it ain't got shit to do with me and what the fuck I was. I'm just sharing that world with you. You cannot share my world with y'all world and make my world sound like it was fucked up when y'all have no backup behind y'all's. What y'all selling out here? What y'all selling out here? What we trying to buy out here? What they getting? I'm just asking. Do we got a new Jeep on the scene? Is we feeding any Maydays out there anymore? Do we got any honey bunches or awesome baby bitches or cold bitches throwing some bad shit? And how are we gonna find this shit? Ain't gonna find it running up no damn wall. Whether y'all like to hear me say it as much as y'all talk about, it's old dog, man, I'm gonna keep on letting you know. You ain't in my world. So every time I hear this shit, when you talk about us, I'm gonna be like, God damn it, boy, let me tell you something. You got an American Pet Bull Terrier, and that's okay with me. I was feeding American Pit Bull Terriers, and you have to understand that was what it was like, and that's what it was about. And we wasn't running up no walls. We wasn't doing no treadmill races. We wasn't doing no confirmation shows, and we sure as hell wasn't pulling weights. We were fighting dogs. And this is where these great dogs come from. Not knocking what y'all doing. I appreciate the new look. Might as well give it a new name. I have nothing with it, but you see that you notice you never catch Mo and none of that. You never see Mo tilting his head to that shit. Because Mo knows that that's not his life. Mo knows that that's not the future of the dog game as me as a dog fighter, so it's not this life. So what's wrong with it? Nothing. It's all good to me. I wish him all the luck. But I'm just trying to figure out what y'all feeding. And what y'all selling, if it's like this. That's all. So if there's nothing that's related to what we did, then what's the fucking problem? You know what I'm saying? Is it the problem is until we go away, we're gonna always be a threat to y'all because y'all ain't matching dogs, but y'all still calling y'all shit pit bulls. And y'all still trying to sell y'all peoples out here these dogs with the name game dogs. And you can't have a game dog if you ain't doing shit compared to what we did with what we call game dogs or American Pit Bull Terriers. You see, we can't share the same space because y'all not in my space. And I'm not in your space. But you can't be up there putting one leg in my space to sell your space. You can't go in here putting down my world because your world has nothing to show for it. Bottom line. Bottom line. The underground is the only thing that's showing anything. And y'all don't know nothing about that. Y'all ain't trying to know nothing about that. So it shouldn't be no discussion even in the selling of y'all shit. So that gives less to talk about and argue about on most of these other shows. If everybody took that handle up on it. Me, I would love to have a like he said, a debate over here on this show where we dog fighting, and we holding to that shit, And we're going to stick to that shit because it's historical shit anyway. So, you know, we got a lot to stand on. Knowing the fact that we are two different eras. And y'all era does not fit this era regardless of how you see it. Fuck the journal, I understand. Fuck the champions, I understand. Fuck the grand champions, I understand. Fuck all those old OGs. You're going to go on what you got right there in your yard right now. But that's the only thing you have to fall back on. Better cut all that shit off. Just go on what you're standing on, go on what you're feeding, and start from there. Like they say. That's the best way they can sell you some shit. Because they ain't got to explain that they're, you know, the fact that they're nothing like me. They're not selling you shit that I would sell. They're not offering and feeding nothing that I would be feeding. So what you trying to buy? And I'm asking y'all who's selling what y'all trying to sell. In the now. Just keep it clear and out there in the open. You up here selling, you up here bragging, so you already know you ain't got no gargles on. We already know you're a safe card to play. You're already being honest about you don't do dogs. If you want to buy a good dog, with depends on what kind of dog you're trying to buy. What is a good dog these days? Time to me, set it down. Maybe we can get some anything coming out of the chat room that we can holler back about. But
okay, we got a little tightening up over here. Whole question of the night: which of these American Pit Bull breeders had the biggest influence to the development of the American Pit Bull Terrier, the game American Pit Bull Terrier? We got 138 votes now. We have Earl Tudor at 41%. Maurice Carver at 38%. James Crimshaw at 1%. And Floyd Boudreaux at 18%. Appreciate everybody who taking the poll. The voting poll is still open, so keep casting your votes.
Man, I mean, they got Maurice Carver and Earl Tudor right there, neck and neck. Well, I'm going to put it like this. To me, Maurice Carver was an improvement to Earl Tudor. The game advanced. Like, Earl Tudor would be like the godfather to us. Most of us know that because Dabo is in most of all our dogs. At least those Eli dogs. But then when you sit there and say Maurice Carver, Maurice Carver he's the upbringing. He's the advancement. Without Maurice Carver, wouldn't be no Floyd Boudreaux. Floyd Boudreaux was an enhancement of Maurice Carver. And then we took their shit and we enhanced it with our shit. And that's why all our shit is sitting up there on the top of the all on the list. Not no Tudor shit. Not no Maurice Carver shit. Might have their asses in it. But it ain't them. But they had the biggest part of putting together what we built off of. Anything on there, man, we need to reply to, answer to? Just a...
Eli Monster said, "Go hard. You actually seen Molly B with your own eyes?" Yes.
Yep. I seen her after she got stolen. I know the people who had her. You know? You know what? I knew enough about Molly B that we took pictures back then. Remember we had those pictures of her? We took pictures of this dog. Yeah. We had pictures of Molly. And this was when I was young and early into the game, didn't know the true significance of why they was jocking her. Yeah, they was really jocking her. So, for me to find out, and then to see judo, and then once I ran into the Pope, and Pope filled in all my spaces, I was standing in front of a very great dog. I seen Stevenson's Big Ben, and Stevenson's Big Ben was a big motherfucker. But I seen him and didn't know the significance of him, and I was right there on Triplets Yard. So there was a lot of things that, that I was blessed seeing early because I ran into a badass dog man. I mean, a damn shelter. What made him snatch me up? He used to be a Marine, he knew I was a Marine, and he seen the way I had those dogs, and he just probably knew that, the competitiveness and the combat in me, especially when he found out I was from Ohio, Akron, Ohio too. Oh, he was like that. Took him right up under my wing. And didn't teach me much, but he sure put some badass dogs in my hand.
Tell them, man, we know what a Hatred dog, a Hatred TNT dog.
Oh yeah, we know what they look like because believe me, didn't nobody want to fuck with Power in his shit. That's for real. We was putting Judo and all them and Bruiser and all them down, even Levi. But when it came down to them Hatred dogs, they didn't want no part of them. That's probably what made him able to go on so many of their yards. He's a black sheriff now. And he's going down here taking me to all these yards. Ain't none of them black. Tony Wade came a little later. But believe me, they put them on everything from this yard to that yard, but they were not putting nothing on them damn Hatred dogs Sheriff Powell had. And I always talk shit about that touchy TNT shit. Know what it was about him, but I knew they didn't want to mess with his shit. And through the years, you see where that shit came from. The Great Tornado. Just to know that I can name a couple great dogs, man, that we had opportunity to be around. You know what I'm saying? Like Fatty Girl at the Screaming Demon line.
Champion Thor.
Yep, Thor.
Lopez's Buster was still living.
Yep, Buster. We had that little bit solo.
Remember, she was right off of him.
We have some, man. We didn't. Our breeding, the Creative Tornado, that was a good one. That we had, and there we go hanging around in that. The Stone City shit, hanging around in that. The Mayday. And then you got the Fatty Girl.
Don't forget,
These are all dogs that, through,
Don't forget Shirley. Remember, she was up there.
Don't forget Shirley. Forgot about little Shirley. Yeah, these was all dogs, man, that, that we have had in our life, in our story. It became all great dogs. Just to see I'm in that story of those great dogs, man, just show you, man, the sports guys was good to me. They was good to me. I enjoyed every minute. And I knew how to shut it down when they took me to jail. Man, I had a girl that, that got burnt in the end, you know what I'm saying? But she didn't tell shit. It really wasn't nothing that she could tell. You know what I'm saying? It was just the fact that they used her to try to shut the game down. And, I didn't lose nobody. The only person we lost was her. Yeah, I went to prison for steroids and animal baiting, not dog fighting.
My man Eric Watson, big shout out to my man Eric Watson. He said all them guys had tutors, name in the background of their heads.
That's right. Tudor was the standard. He was the standard. And then what he did was he progressed dogs that he was getting his hands on. It was all a progressing game, guys. It was, them old guys was in our papers, but we made their shit better. You know, the Cunningham dogs. Don't forget the Cunningham dogs. Dogs been through a lot and been able to hold their own. There have been several dogs, lines of dogs out there that been enhanced. You know, you got them old famous names, but them names are just part of a pedigree that's even better than it was than what they had. And that's how the game has progressed, like Yellow to Mayday. Like Mayday to Barracuda and Lucane, great producers. You know? But, hey, good talk though. I mean, I like talking that serious shit sometimes. You know, my analog is real good when it comes down to breaking shit down. You know, when it gives us something, you know, it's not always about picking up and really talking about the dogs, but really talking exactly about the dog fighter than the dog.
Man, Eric watching again, great comment. Every bloodline we talk about came from the box dogs, and a badass dog too. It's a great day for a puppy peddler.
It is when they living off of us, but they steady talking about us. They're living off of us, but they're not. But they're talking about us like our dogs weren't shit. It's what they doing now. What is y'all doing now? I'm trying to find out still what the hell y'all selling. I don't know what y'all selling. That's all I'm saying. I mean, if y'all ain't doing that, then what y'all selling? God damn.
Big shout out to my man Tony Montana. What up, Tone? Tony said you can't have a genuine American Pit Bull Terrier without a fighting history.
That's why they need to change the name. Everybody want to go run up walls and treadmills and confirmation, just call them the American Pet Bull. That's not a bad name. The new American Pet Bull. We're taking the dog fighting out of these dogs. Just face it for what it is. It just doesn't sound bad to me. You gotta get you off of my neck, because I'm raising pit bulls. Shit. You know, I'm sorry. You can't share them steps with me if you ain't done shit.
I made a point on this earlier that Tony brought it up. Tony says, even when you aren't doing something wrong, you still have to worry about trumped up charges and not having enough money to prove your innocence. That's something I've been noticing been coming up a lot. When we remember how we used to tell them, did you check your change?
Did you
Spam to shit?
Yeah, did you get clean water? And keep your cameras, man. The cameras will stop a lot of shit. Because most of the time, they're breaking the law when they come to fucking around the house anyway. It's like getting pulled over. What you pull me for? You know what I'm saying? It's like them knocking on your door. They ain't supposed to walk through your yard and then come back and then knock on your door. You got to catch that on camera. Because whatever they did when they walked back there and then come back and knocked on your door to talk shit about, make sure it's on your camera. Because everything that they did goes right out the door, because he didn't go back in there and knock on the door before they went back in the back of your yard. And it makes it even easier when you don't just give them a free walkthrough to your yard. You can't just let them walk into your yard where you have dogs. I tell you guys that all the time. You have to put some kind of blockage where they got to do a opening the door and walk through that motherfucker without a search warrant. And if you got a camera catching him, then he can go back there and see the whole damn yard shitty and fucked up and can't do nothing about it. Nothing about it. You come back with a search warrant, that search warrant won't mean shit based on what he did on this camera. That's how you stop a lot of that shit. But if you're so busy doing wrong on your own yard by not taking care of your yard, because those who ain't doing shit anyway but taking care of your yard, there's a lot of proof in that camera.
Big shout out to my man AAA Mayday, Reno Aggie. He said, ease up, twin. They don't know what time it is. It's a paper game now.
It's a paper game, son. Right. And they want to throw us under the bus like they're trying to X us out. How you going to X us out? The only way you're going to X us out is you trying to be something that we are. And you know you're not. So it'd be best to X us out because you don't match up to us. You know, it's like putting down a candidate for president. You know, you want to be Obama. Okay? You want to be Obama. Okay? That's all that is. You didn't like me being in the White House the first time. And you sure as hell didn't like me being in there the second time because I wasn't supposed to be there the way y'all put it. You're going to let me have that seat back. But I got it. And that's how it is with the dog game. You do not want to see us pre-exist with y'all. Because you know the dog fighters are not selling puppies. The dog fighters ain't buying your shit.
Big shout out to my man Johnny Boy 892. Johnny Boy said, Twin, I have a PDF copy of Your Friends and Mine from 1950. I can share with y'all.
Man, it would be a pleasure, bro, and a privilege. So we can show them what it looks like. Yes, that would really be, yeah, that would be appreciated, friend. Because then we can show them why they're trying to shut this shit down about this, because they don't have no publication. That's like them trying to get rid of those old dog fighters because, you know, they don't have that either. You know, they don't have no credentials. None. Nothing to fall back on but their own words. And you know what I say about them right there. Them is not receipts. See, there's no way of them ever having any receipts. Y'all fucked. Unless you in that dark world where, you know, the dark world got his own story, got his own lane, his own place. And, you know, there's greatness to become from the dark side. That has never been a problem doing.
Big shout out to my man, Mr. Burning Star. He said, there will always be hunters in the dogs. Just 96% smaller. As I've always told my sons when they were running their labs, you made the choice to do this. So when you have yours, sit down.
That's right. That's right. Good comments, guys. Good comments. Good comments. I like that. It is what it is. Can't change what it is.
My man Henry James said he would like to know a little more about ProSet.
I mean, can you name the champions ProSet had? You know, ProSet had not only May, champion May, he had champion Morocco, he had champion Sugar. Let me see, there was another champion he had. I can't forget him. I know it was Morocco. But those are three great dogs right there, and they were all champion beaters. That's who Proset was. He was a white dude that really hung around a lot of black guys, and he bought matchdogs. And when he went in the bill, he went in the bill with Chi-Chi. Let me tell you how it went, because I know the story. Remember, I know the story. When he bought May May, he had Fat Bill, and he had a dog named, damn, what was her name? I'm always talking about her. Nene. Champion Nene. These two dogs was the same weight. And both of them were smashing dogs. Chi-Chi and Nene. Now, for some reason, you couldn't get Chi-Chi and Nene to come together. You know, they both full-time winners. You know, Chi-Chi went on to win, like, I think she was like a 6-time winner by the time she got to May May. May May was a 2-time winner when she went into Chi-Chi. Just letting y'all know that. And what Proset deals is he buys these match dogs. He be right there and buy them right out the box. Big money. He don't care. He wanted those dogs. And he went and matched those dogs. He didn't give a fuck who he went into. Matter of fact, he was really a competitor. That's why he went after Chi-Chi. He went after Chi-Chi. Yeah, maybe May May was just a 2-time winner and Chi-Chi is a 6-time winner. Why not? What did Fat Bill and them have to lose? Maybe they thought it was going to be an easy day. Especially if you didn't respect the Mayday dogs, not those Ecuador Mayday dogs. But I'm talking about them American Mayday dogs coming out of Florida. And so he went into her. Ate Chi-Chi ass up. But then that wasn't enough. Since you and Nene wasn't going to each other, I didn't kick Chi-Chi ass. Now I'm going after Nene. And Nene was a 4-time winner. And Meme went in there and smashed Nene quicker than he smashed Chi-Chi. So he beat 2 4-time winners that they act like they wanted to go into each other. Meme went and won her 3rd one on Chi-Chi and won her 4th one on Nene. And both of them was multi-champions, supposed to have been great dogs. And that's champion May May, daughter of Mayday. So that's Tom from Proset. He wasn't in the game long, but he had a lot of champions. He had champions that, and matches that, you know, for a newcomer, he came in the game slinging.
He said Rasta Man beat Proset a couple, 2 or 3 times.
Rasta Man did? Oh, Rasta Man beat a bunch of motherfuckers a couple times. But he didn't beat May May. He didn't beat Morocco. He didn't beat Champion Sugar. I mean, this is all champions. Shit, we beat Rasta Man. Himmy. You know, yes, we had Grand Champion Satan over there, buddy. We beat Morocco. We beat Rasta Man. Might not have been his dog, but he the one brought him in there. He the one safety. I mean, we all lose. You know, it's a privilege for us to lose at some point. We didn't get our name injected into the legendary category by doing a lot of losing, though. That's the point to be made. We all lose.
We said another 20 losses to go. Proset didn't have a lot of losses.
Proset didn't have a lot of losses because he didn't do a lot of dogs. The man didn't have but 4 dogs, Hemi. What the fuck is you talking about? Hemi. The man didn't have but 4 dogs, and they were all champions. You must got your Proset mixed up with my Proset. Hemi. I know Tom. Been on his yard. He didn't have a lot of dogs. The man didn't even have 5 dogs. Never had he had 5 dogs. So we can't be talking about, and like I said, 4 of them was champions. I got Naya off of Nico and Champion Sugar from Tom. That was Champion Nico and Champion Sugar breeding.
That's where Naya comes from.
Yeah.
Going hard as Naya.
So I knew Tom very well. He didn't have that many dogs. He didn't. He didn't have no more than 5 dogs. I told you, May died out there in the winter, and I think Sugar did too. He wasn't like a dog man. He was a dog man. He went out and bought him some good dogs and put his shit in shape and went out there and matched his dogs. That's what he was. He wasn't in the game long. He got his great wins and made his great dogs and got out. He definitely fought for a lot of money. He did. So, you know, that ain't the same pro set that you trying to, you say you want to know about him, but the information you swinging back at me is definitely wrong information. Just want to let you know that. I know Tom personally. But he didn't have that many dogs. Never have had those many dogs. And Morocco produced the champion that he had. So he's always had nothing but champions on his yard. He's one of the most winningest guys that you want to meet when it comes to him matching dogs. And he did put his shit in the journal, so you know, those journals was out there. You know, you go out there and you go pull me one with Rostman and Pro Set, and I'll show you a bunch of champions in the journal that's from Pro Set, and won't see too many losses in him nowhere in that book. Because he didn't really lose a lot, because the dogs that he bought were, he was very successful in making his dogs champions and beating a lot of good dog men with them. That's what I know about Pro Set. I don't know about the Pro Set you're talking about. Because he never had over 5 dogs in his yard now. Not even 5 dogs. Period. At that time.
My man James Jones said, at Going Hard Kennels Reloaded, of the dogs you produce, what male and female you wish you could have bred together but never got a chance to?
Buck Rogers in the shit. Brett and Buck Rogers. Buck Rogers to the shit. And Buck Rogers to the brat. 2 badass bitches. Keep in mind, Buck Rogers was Bebe's little mate's sister. Yeah. Well, I'll put it like this. Buck Rogers was Bebe's little mate. And Bebe was the all-in bitch that had the 4 champions water day in them. Yeah, Buck Rogers was a key piece. I'd love to get a breeding off of Buck Rogers and Sir Kell. And these are breedings that I made. They just didn't take. I never got a chance to breed him to the brat. Yeah, it took a couple of years for the brat to come off them roids, you know, because she started coming in regular heat after Sonny got her straight. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Henry said, first of all, he said, thank you. He said, cheers, thanks. Then he said, no, first story I've heard, apart from the infamous May versus Chi-Chi, LOL, about him. That's why he asked. Thanks again.
Oh, yeah, May, Tom had been around. He had just got May. He had just got May when he went in the Fat Bill. Yes, he did.
But he was already out there when it was Sugar. Didn't that come before or after? Sugar came after May.
Right. Maybe it was the first dog he went and got.
Right.
Maybe it was the first dog he got. Then he picked up Morocco and Sugar and them from hardcore.
James Jones said, check your email. I think he might have sent you that video.
Hey, man, got you, B.
You checking the email, Mr. Jones? Appreciate that if you sent it, fam.
Okay, Mike, 11:20, baby.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Hey, I appreciate everybody who voted tonight. We got up to 144 votes. We still had Earl ahead at 40%. Maurice cutting it close at 38%. James Crenshaw 1%. And my man Floyd Boudreaux at 21%. Hey, appreciate everybody who was voting tonight.
Yeah, good job, fellas. Show the love there, baby boy. Oh, he sent me some shit. Show the love. He sent me the truth, Game Dog, Pitbull News, and your friend of mine.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Shout out.
My man, Mr. Eric Watson said, why they don't take twin? You know why?
Steroids. But Ryder was being matched during the time. You actually look close at those pictures that when we was breeding him, you would literally see he had scars all over his face. Because we was trying to breed him because the bitches was coming in heat. And it was shortly after his matches, and you know, he didn't take neither one because of steroids. That's why it was so hard for us to get a litter out of Pretty Mama. It was very hard for us to get a litter out of Brett because they were match dogs.
This is true. See, even back then, fellas, we ain't know nothing about cycle off or none of that shit.
No, we wasn't thinking
We had
about
too
that.
many dogs on the yard, man.
Right. That's what the problem was. We had some great breedings though. That didn't take. Shit, I bred Pretty Mama to Barracuda before I bred the Beetlejuice. Man, them big ass puppies we had, it was one of the weakest litter I've ever seen in my life. We got rid of every single one of them motherfuckers.
That was a Barracuda.
Barracuda Pretty Mama. We bred the Barracuda to Pretty Mama before we did the Beetlejuice. This is right after the match. You know, I bred the Barracuda first. Mm-hmm. And my boy in St. Louis. My man in St. Louis was one took two of them home with him. You know what I'm saying? Only one that, you know, the rest of them, yeah, two Barracuda Pretty Mama puppies.
Appreciate that, Eric. Showing the love, fam. Hey, fellas, it ain't no weekend, so we gonna do it like this. You know, it's Tuesday night. Y'all know Mo ain't gonna be here. Well, let's get this out the way first. Fellas, you enjoyed the show tonight, and hopefully you kind of learned something. You know.
Come on over and talk to him, man.
Look, fellas, you know, tonight we was talking about the game American Pitbull Terrier gate breeding is of the past. Well, it was kind of hard to get into the breeding aspect of it because, again, when you start talking about Tudor, Maurice Carver, James Crenshaw, Floyd Boudreaux. Now, you already know
The weakest one that was actually up in there was James Crenshaw, but if you kind of notice, James was really responsible for the Jeep dog. But then look at the other 3 people I got in there. One thing that they all kind of had in common, well, at least to me, we were in our early days.
They were great producers.
They was great producers, and our first great dog that we used to run around and talk shit about before we got, going hard came from Going Like Barney. But prior to us coming up with that name, we were fans of Ironhead. To us, back then, Ironhead was that deal. You know what I'm saying? But then, if you look what history did, considering we talk about 1983, 84, Ironhead was like real fresh in our pedigree with Blood and BA in them.
Because they was all snooty.
Yeah, they was right off of Snooty. So look how close Ironhead right there. So that's why we had our little favoritism to that type of blood. But to me, that's a good way of trying to, get you guys to understand about breeding. All of this shit actually came way, way back. And it got better as time went on because you had more people doing it. So a lot of the great breedings that you guys talk about today, it's a long list. But the further you start going back, that list gets shorter and shorter and shorter because the dogs that you talk about, the further away you get back, you start seeing almost the same names pop up. Black Widow, Ironhead.
I wasn't no real fan of Ironhead back then.
Well, I mean, not like a fan, but remember, I
wasn't a fan club in none of them, actually.
Well, we were stuck on that. Well, we were stuck on that Blood BA shit.
Right,
I remember
because
everybody
we
down
knew
there.
how they was bred.
Right.
Once we learned how they was bred,
right.
That's when we started getting stuck on particular.
Yeah, because down there, they
right.
was down there, down in Carolina while we was down there, they was whooping ass.
Yeah, they was.
They was smashing all that
But
shit that they had running
pedigrees
around.
didn't mean shit to
Right,
us.
yeah.
We didn't know how to
That's why we ain't, right, I'm just talking about the dogs. It wasn't about the pedigree. Down in Carolina, we ain't know how to read the papers.
APBT papers on all the dogs.
Actually, I fell in love with the Ironhead name because I just thought they was just a shit. I mean, Ironhead, and then everybody, this dog, them Ironhead dogs. You know what I mean? They weren't calling them Eli dogs. They were calling them Ironhead dogs.
Yeah.
And they was down there, Blood BA, and I think it was another one called Baracus.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blood BA and Baracus. They was smashing shit. Like, everybody around us got
but
dogs.
They was off of Levi. Levi was off of Snooty.
Yeah. But everybody around there had dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And they was smashing them. I mean, we was just lit. We was actually, then we had Bruiser. There's another one. He's right off of Lopez's Buster.
Bruiser was off of Smeller.
Solo was off of Buster. Yeah. But these are Carolina dogs. Papers really didn't mean much back then. But these were some badass dogs. And we was...
That's why Pope fell in love with us. That's why he fell in love with us, because when he saw those papers, that man couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
He didn't believe motherfuckers could get their hands on them kind of dogs. And we sitting right there with them. Nobody had dogs like we had when we came out of Carolina. Nobody in Ohio had those kind of dogs.
I guess that's
except for Pope.
Except for Pope.
Remember Blue.
Yeah, but he also had the Burt dog. What was that, Burt? Where Joe Red came from? Wasn't he off with that shit?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What was that, Burt dog?
But remember, the white dude had Burt. But Pope had a lot to do with it. Pope bred Shirley to Burt.
Okay. Because I remember the Burt, because he used to be that house that had their garage. Yeah, Donnie. Had that garage.
Donnie Gopher. Donnie Gopher.
So we was around a lot of great dogs, fellas. The great breedings is always you're gonna find without even having to look for them. Because y'all do that now. You're gonna always pull up your papers regardless. It don't have to have all the the accolades that go with it. But when it don't have the accolades, you don't call it great. And if it don't have the accolades and it creates something with accolades, then you start calling it great. So, great breedings to us is always going to be shown in the results, accolades. We could have went down. We have done it so much from. Remember, we've been all the way back to Centipede and came all the way up. Even went over to Eminem. Remember, he had that great breeding when he had all them goddamn grand champions. No, all them champions in that one litter. Panther and all them. I think it was how many wins without a loss? 16? 16 wins. Now, this is one litter. 16 wins before they suffered their first loss. And they think their first loss, we read about it, it was a story on it. Melonhead. It was in a journal. And you notice when they spoke about Eminem, they said the great Eminem suffered their first loss out of 17 straight against that Melonhead dog. So these are what we consider great breedings. Dogs that you can read about. We ain't just bragging about them. There's stories about these people. And to me, fellas, don't get caught up in the hype. Remember, the only reason I be having some of these conversations is because I keep getting, I don't ever want you guys to think that you can say, fuck the journal. That's like cussing, spitting on us. Because without the journal, we wouldn't have the history. Without the journal, y'all wouldn't have a reference to even talk about great dogs. Without the American Game Dog Times and all these books, it's like y'all now. Y'all can't talk shit about nothing now because you don't have no reference. Nothing moving forward. So that's why, the last show, we wanted to see the direction you're going in. Well, I'm going to help you with the direction you're going in because there is no direction there. And because it's not the direction there, you find it easy to think talk is going to be the direction that you want people to forget about the past. But you can't forget about the past because in the process of selling these dogs, you're using the same dogs that you're shitting on. The same dogs that was in the journal, the same dogs that are titled, the same dogs that are ROMs, the same dogs that is PORs, Grand Champions. These are dogs that came out of the journal or some type of recognition in history. And you shit on that? How dare you? Because that makes you look like a hypocrite when you do it. Because you take all that away, what are you actually selling people? Because you have no credentials, none, to justify what you're trying to sell. What you call a good dog. That bothers me because, again, you have a forum, you have a platform. If you ever want to debate it, that door is always open. Other thing, if you really feel like everybody who ever subscribed to the Journal or the Gazette or these other magazines were stupid as hell, well, let me put it like this. It was a lot of stupid people for a lot of years. But all of a sudden, you got smart. And I guess we're dumb. But yet you're using our dumbass accolades to make you look smart. I know that might sound a little complicated to some of y'all. But it kind of sounds a little bit ass backwards when I say it, but to actually see somebody actually get it off and people agreeing to that shit. Because those are the type of things that I know you'll never be found in the journal. The only reason you saying that because you either kissing ass or you ain't never had a match dog. Or you just a greenhorn and you're being fed bad information. So I don't look for justification. I am here to correct you and be willing to debate you, not argue, debate. Because see, with debates, you got to have something to stand on. And I find that something that trust me, I look for that debate because what you standing on? You take away all the journal information and you're going to try to have a conversation about some shit you breeding out. What you standing on? To me, there is no conversation. I don't even know how you get started. Because you can never go back and reference nothing that has any type of title that may have came by way of any type of recognition as far as champion or grand champion. And that's kind of like certified. See, there's a lot of them dogs when Work Kennels went down in the 2010s and 2011. I don't know what none of that shit. I can't tell you about it.
2004 when he went down.
Yeah, 2004 when Work Kennels finally.
When he got busted. 2004.
He ran the journal up to 2008.
He ran the journal to 2007.
2007, right. So anything after that, was always going to be questionable. That's why nobody really pays attention to anything after that. Them dog of the years and all that international shit, never followed it, never understood how they came up with it. Even now, I seen somebody show up a dog of the year with a loss. You know, 2020 something, dog of the year, 3-time winner and 1 loss. But that's just because of the information y'all put out there. I really don't know. I just wonder, coming from where we come from and seeing it now, I don't know how they do it, who even publishes it, but it's all international. So international, they just have a different way of looking at things. But fellas, I need y'all to help me out here. I need y'all to don't forget to hit the damn like button. Got all them views out there and I haven't hit 100 likes yet. Help me out here. Trust me. It's free. Don't cost you nothing. Now, fellas, do me another favor. Mo ain't going to be here Friday. Like I said, he has some family matters he's got to deal with. I'm going to do my best to try to show up and come up with something that's going to be, where I don't have to go dealing with pedigrees. Which I ain't afraid to do that. I think I can handle it on myself. But then again, depending on what happens, I might not even be here Friday. But it will be, I'll put it out there beforehand because I know he's going to be leaving out Wednesday night or Thursday. But fellas, do me a favor. I want you to send my boy off with a little love, you know what I mean? Because he still showed up tonight. He's dealing with something. And we always tell y'all, as long as y'all keep doing what y'all doing, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. But help me out here and help me with them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Hit him with it more.
Muscles. Muscles. Muscles.
Now, give me some damn cruises. Cruises. We need damn roses. Show some love, gentlemen. Again, I want to thank everybody who participated in the poll. All 153 people who have taken the poll. Appreciate that. Now, if I got 153 people taking the poll, I need at least to have 153 people hit the damn like button. Come on, man. Help me out here. Thanks again for everybody showing up, showing the love. I will be back here Friday if God permits. Until then, y'all stay safe. You know what I'm saying?
Stay true to the game. And you have a safe trip too, bro.
Yeah, and guys, I need to take your prayers, your prayers with me.
Yeah.
Definitely need your prayers to go with me.
Yeah. But regardless of what the situation is, we always,
as always, we always.
Again, we always
scratch to win. Always.
Always, man.
Love y'all, man.
Shark Tank. Hey, man, you know these T-shirts, they still out here available. Hopefully when Mo get back, we can get on our merchandising thing again. It's been a rough couple months, you know. But, hey, man, deuces. And to,
Still in there, though.
yeah, we still there. To everybody who goes through these things in life that, you know, sometimes life throw these curves at you. You know what I mean? It's always good to have people represent and show that love back. You know what I'm saying? You know, so I want to give a big shout out to everybody with the birthday, everybody who was giving the shout outs to us, you know, from the Friday show, knowing Mo did tell y'all to get prepared for it. Well, here we are right into Tuesday, a couple of days later, where it's, you know, it's fixing to be a sad day. But I just want y'all to know that we do appreciate y'all because y'all like family and we try to share things with you. We don't try to hold things in. We kind of want y'all to know where we're coming from. Because, again, we do this because it's also like therapy for us, too. You know what I'm saying? Because I couldn't imagine if I wasn't going to watching some of the other dog shows out there like J-Bo, PBK, Buck City, Sir Kennels, Arrowhead, and some of the new guys that's pop out. I try to get out and support everybody, so it's always good for me to just see what everybody's talking about. So it's important to keep supporting each other. You know, I don't just talk shit to be talking shit. I'm serious about the support game. You know what I'm saying? But there's a way to support each other. You know? And I'm always going to feel like if you're going to have these kind of platforms, you know, be real about it. Be yourself. It's okay to be you. Be yourself. You know? But also, being yourself, you shouldn't have a hard time being who you are. So they always say you ain't doing something right if somebody ain't talking about you. Well, that's a good thing about being yourself. They can talk about you, but the ones who are talking about you, you know what I mean? You don't let them just talk about you. You invite them in. Find out why they feel like they feel about you. But the most important thing is, are they worthy to even have that conversation about you? Because some people just talk about you because they just haters. But that's why it's good to go ahead and put them on blast. Because you can see them kind of people a mile away. But you would only know that they exist when you give them the opportunity to showcase their way of thinking against your way of thinking. You can still support and agree to disagree. And that's where we at with that. So until Friday, y'all stay safe. Keep them cameras on. Check that water. Check them chains.
Check them collars.
Check them collars. And then we out. I'm going to sleep. Oh, I thought you fell out. You look tired, bro. Said you look tired. Worn out.
Yeah, I just got my girls. They're going to have a sad day. I'm going to have to be a father. I'm going to have to be a father on Father's Day on this trip.
All right, let me get this movie started up, Mom. All right.
Thank y'all, guys. Hold it down.